All right, okay, welcome. Well, I've just stopped that music there. Welcome to the four fellows, ladies and gents, watching already, and welcome, Uncle John. We are now live, by the way, by the sound of it. You can imagine that. Uncle John,
Yes, sir.
my wife surprised me with a very early dinner. That's why I'm so late. So I'm very grateful to her for blessing me like that. But I have literally not done anything yet. So I am about to get into STKP and continue where I left it earlier. And then we're going to check everything and see that we get the right runways and things like that. Because right now I'm at a loss for words. I don't have the foggiest clue what's happening in this place.
Okay, no problems. Well, as you do it, just talk me through just to make sure that I'm carbon copying.
Excellent. Right, so I have the winds at 280 at 10 knots, which means that runway 30 is active. And now we need to go find out which one that would be. If
Affirmative.
not, right, well, let's see where we are at on this thing. Yeah, I think it's way on the other side. You were correct, sir. Way on the
Yeah,
other side. Bit
you
of a,
couldn't you couldn't have to taxi any further, sir.
not on this island. It's like point to point. Hello, Greg, and welcome. Welcome from the US. I'm sitting in a sunny, very hot South Africa here. And Uncle John, what's the weather like in the UK today?
It's good weather, but it's not overly warm. It's about
Okay,
4 degrees. Yeah, about 4 C.
okay. That's kind of rubbish.
No, it's acceptable. It's not raining. It's not windy. It's
Okay.
quite pleasant.
Tick. Oh, let's have a look at this thing. All right, so it takes us that way back. I think that's silly. I don't think we should use that one.
The Revenge of the Route Planner.
Yes.
I wonder who that was.
For your
There we
information,
go. There it
Q&A
is.
is 10:10.
There. Baloo. Let's do this. Save. No man. Clear this route. Yes. Get away from me. Save. Okay, so there is a problem. Why the heck does it take us out there? Hmm. So that can all go out. Out.
I'm going pretty much direct.
Okay, so I've got. Okay, but that's a problem now. Let's just change that to runway 30.
On the some RR1 departure.
That looks better. Okay, I think I figured it out. I think. That's right. Runway 30, some RR1 with the blue transition. That is the answer, sir. That's what we want. Yeah, got it.
What was the transition?
Blue. You remember the bare necessities, Mowgli?
Are we talking about Bravo, Alpha Lima, Oscar, Oscar?
Yes, Baloo, the bear.
Okay,
My
I've
favourite.
replicated. I've replicated.
Okay, sorry, Gary. Hello, Gary.
Well, my favourite movie.
Right, Captain Geo, good morning to you, sir. All well, thank you for joining us. Nice to see you again. Amar, hello. Just arrived in time. Oh, my friend, you're going to make lots more coffee. This is a long flight with nothingness growing 6 feet tall all around us in the sea, all the way to the next island. And there's Krister as well. Yeah, all good. Excellent. Okay, well, I'm still planning and enjoying myself. Okay, so I've got runway 36 tentatively at this point in time for the arrival in Santa
Affirmative.
Maria. Sorry, Uncle John?
Affirmative. 3-6 arrival, and I'm coming on the deck Q2 Charlie.
I've got the GOMO 2, GOMOS 2.
That's what I have.
Yeah, GOMOS 2.
VOR Yankee for me.
Yeah,
On
I
the
think it's
VDMZ.
VDMY, VOR Yankee.
Okay, and on the Gomo 2, yes?
GOMOS 2, yes. It literally takes us to the VOR on top of that airport, and then we do a teardrop.
Okay. No transition.
VSM, Victor Sierra Mike. That the transition is that
Yeah, one
VOR.
or two.
I didn't have a number 1 or 2. If you are in the Zibo, you'll have to see whether it's number 1 or 2, because the one is going to be for prop jobs and the other one is going to be for the jet. So you'll have to see the one with the widest turning circle. That will be the one you use for the Boeing.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Hello, Lloyd.
Ahoy.
Hello, Paul. Hello, Uncle John. Hello, Nick. How are you?
I'm
All
very
good,
well,
thank you.
thank you.
I've just spawned at gate number 4, so I need to replan because I didn't realize the route, it was messed up a little bit at ENAPI there, so I have to change it.
1089 flights. I just want to quickly edit this flight. All right, if you go to the VA now, you'll have the correct flight in there. Obviously, that previous flight was based off runway 12, so it was a bit of a mixture there. But this one, you can actually fly either runway, that we have learned now. So we're going to make this the official flight then. All right. Uh, export. Ooh, Krista, that sounds interesting. Right, and Uncle John, LPPD is our alternate, gents.
It's very handy to have a little island nearby.
Oh, yes. I think I exported to the wrong explain. Yes, I did. Okay, now I've got flight level 370.
I've got 330.
350.
Interesting. Check if you have step climbs, Uncle John, because 330 is way low.
Negative 330 all the way.
Or
It'll be nice for separation anyway.
oh yes, definitely. Okay, let me just take that setting off. Had it on short for all the testing we did, so that can go back to long. Save it.
I got 350.
Awesome. Interesting. That one fits right snug in the plan there. Let's quickly get this TXKF.
$16.2 tons of fuel. That's a lot.
Yeah, you didn't take the same alternate as us.
I used the LPPD.
No. T or D?
D.
D for Delta.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
The one from the VA.
Yeah. Very interesting. So we're going to take Tango, Bravo, Alpha, and loading point Alpha.
Hello, gents.
And there is Pilot Sasso. Good day, sir.
Day to you. How is it going?
All good, thank you. Flying our beloved Zibo, like I told you in Zibo earlier, it's time. It's time.
Ah,
Oh,
I'm actually
blimey.
starting the sim to try that thing with the flight director again. I'm pretty sure he was already there.
I
And
forgot to
then
update my Zibo. Go on, Sasso. Go on, Sasso. Sorry
yeah,
to cut you off.
another thing that I realized is that when you recall a situation from the EFB, like you load the situation, Nico,
Yeah.
let's say Bergamo runway 28, ready to go, ready to push toga for takeoff.
Yeah.
When you recall that situation, if active sky was active, then when you recall it, active sky is not active anymore.
I didn't see that at all, and I was using the safe flight situation the whole week. I
Yeah,
didn't
I need
see
to
that.
double check now.
Mm.
Probably it's not a problem of the Zibo, it's actually a problem
Mm.
of, yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, that's the way I test it. I continuously used it. All right. Okay. So enough of that. Ground services, GPU, better pushback. Let's pre-plan.
Ground to cockpit. Plan acknowledged. Call me through the menu when you're
Hey,
ready.
still good morning. Yeah, I think I've done what I needed to do there.
Pushing back.
Okay. Enjoy.
Well, somebody's got to go down there first, so
Might as well be the senior captain.
absolutely, sir.
That I need to check. Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm joking. It's working now.
Okay, excellent. Hello, Chief Some Pilot. Good day, welcome. Glad to hear, Sasso.
Yeah, I'm gonna test the toga thing.
Okay. 1010. All right, our wind's 240 at 12 knots. Awesome. Right. Right, so we'll do a step climb. And 0. In fact, go back. No man can do that.
Trim up.
Nico,
Mm.
if you wanna see, I'm gonna try now.
What are you gonna do? The
So
go
now,
around or what?
exactly. So now we are climbing, and the rule is above 2,000 feet array. So we are outside that, and with no glide slope intercepted, no glide slope capture. Of course, we are now adding with no ILS, nothing there.
Mm.
So technically, if I switch off the flight director, both, autopilot will still work, and this is correct. It will level off with no issue. We have no flight director indication, and now if I press toga, that I should go up actually. Let's go on heading. So technically, if I push toga, why is not increasing?
You need to
That's
spend
interesting.
a bit more time with it.
Yeah.
Okay, well, guys, that's just a little bit of a look behind the
Yeah,
scenes. Thought we'd just show you that too. So let me get going further. We said we wanted to be on 3.5, and we are all armed and ready to go then. Okay.
Captain has turned the fasten seatbelt sign. We do ask that all passengers take your seat at this time and please fasten your seatbelt. Just as a reminder, we cannot leave the gate until all carrying items are properly put away. All overhead bins are
300,
closed and all
okay.
passengers are seated.
there it is. I got it, Nico.
You got it.
Yeah, if you wanna look now, I will show you. So I reload this situation, which is basically approaching in VNAV, so still no glide slope, nothing there. And we are above 2,000 feet array. So look what happened. If I deselect the flight director, so now flight director is off. If I push toga, flight director appears. Instead it should not. Because we are above 2,000 feet array and we have no glide slope capture.
Right, I am calling pushback, gents.
Cockpit. Tow is driving up.
Roger.
Flight attendants, prepare for departure, cross-check and all call, thank you.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed, ready to connect.
Sasso?
Bypass pin inserted. Release path.
Sasso?
Yeah.
Zibo left you a message. Yeah, it seems he's watching the stream. He's watching you. He's asking you a question about what you did.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I'm gonna upload a video to show him.
Okay. Before start procedure.
Before start procedure. Before start procedure completed.
Departing.
Okay, I'm about to push.
Starting pushback and you may start engines.
Start number 2 engine.
Starting number 2 engine.
It works, all good.
What did you do wrong?
No, it's all good. It's because the situation was with the flaps extended.
Okay.
But it's strange because if you press Toga, in this case, Toga doesn't engage, but it trigger off the autopilot, which I don't know if is correct.
Yeah, but that's because you had your flaps out. If you pull the flaps in, does it work as it should?
Yeah, it works.
Okay.
It works fine, but it trigger off the autopilot, which I don't know if is normal. Because if that Toga button is inhibit with no flaps out, then it should not trigger off the autopilot. You know what I mean?
Yeah, gotcha.
That's all.
Starter cutout.
Start number 1 engine.
Starting number 1 engine.
Operation complete. Set parking brake. Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to embark on this long flight. I hope you have a lot of
25 and 2.
snacks and drinks available, and lots of questions or lots of talk and stuff just to help us with the boredom. Yeah. Thank you so much for joining us. I see we've got 15 guys there on YouTube. I hope you enjoy the little bit we have action, and that you guys can contribute a little bit to the conversation in the air. Otherwise, I'm going to be really bored. So thanks for watching, and I hope you enjoy it. Alright, where are we? Starting next engine.
Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal on the right. We'll see you next time and have a safe flight.
Starter cutout. Engine start procedure complete at. Flaps 5 set.
Right, let's go. I'm starting my taxi. What is this thing doing? My IVAO client, it's all of a sudden gave me a pop-up here on the side. Weird. Who's still left here on the apron?
Taxi lights on.
It's me.
Okay,
I forgot I put my refueling to real, so it took so long.
okay. That's the spirit, Krister. That's Paul. Enjoy, Paul.
Thank you, sir.
Right, starting my APU.
I think I see you. There he is. I think. Yep.
Approaching 1, 2.
Do any of you know or have any knowledge about the scenery development for Bermuda? I see one or two hits on the forum and some of the nice pictures, but there's no ETA or anything that I can see. Anybody knows anything?
Not me, I don't keep up with scenery very much, to be honest.
Okay.
Me neither, Nico.
Not me either.
Okay. Alternate, yes, good time zone now. There you go. We are about spread out now over these time zones. Before takeoff procedure.
Before takeoff procedure.
All good, sir. How are you doing?
Before takeoff procedure completed.
Right, lining up, guys.
Okay, sir.
You're halfway there already.
I should be lucky.
Approaching 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30. 30
And this was about a taxi and a half to get here.
On runway 30.
I don't see Paul.
Oh, he's taken off. He's on his way.
Yeah, I don't seem to be on the map either.
Are you still connected?
I am. Oh, the green light's on anyway.
Well, I can see you on my tablet. There you are.
Hmm.
Okay,
I just don't see him on WebEye.
Yeah. That's true.
I just disconnected and reconnected in case it was me.
yeah, I can see you. Yeah, I can't see Paul. I wonder why.
Maybe I should disconnect and redo it.
Well, that's what I did, Paul, just in case it was me.
And I'll make a note of it so I can report it to the people at IVAO as well.
Yes, please.
On
That is very
runway
important.
30. On runway 30.
Right,
come
I
on,
think
Bravo.
I've got everything I can actually go. Let's push it.
Stabilized.
Right, checking on Tango.
Yeah, alternate a good landing. Something you can always think about and talk about. It's a bad one, so you really just want to forget quickly. Toga.
Takeoff thrust set. $80 knots. Throttle hold.
Seems it's a good thing that this is a long runway.
V1.
Oh, you need it.
Approaching transition. Positive rate.
Gear up. That freaking wind
Gear
grabs
up.
you the moment you lift your wing, eh?
Yep.
Good philosophy, alternate. Good one.
Runway turn off, lights off.
Welcome, Paul.
Oh, I'm showing up now, have I?
Affirmative, sir.
Flaps 1 set.
Thank you. Oh, there I am. Hello, me.
I have you visual, I have Uncle John, I have myself. That is so cool, so awesome.
Flaps upset.
But so it would be interesting to see how close these times are to the IVAO times, because this is going to make it so much easier. Then we don't need to use the tracker to track the flights.
Oh, I'm glad somebody's going to try that out.
Forever the test pilot, sir. Forever the test pilot. Tell you what, gents, you should have been here this week. We did almost every night until 2 a.m. our time, and the nights we didn't go 2 a.m. we went 1 a.m. Zibo, me, and Sasso were sitting here for hours and hours and hours. There are so many things that we can't even begin to explain what happened behind the scenes of all the code and bug fixes and everything. Ah, this was a doozy of a week. Getting this page to work. You guys are lucky in version that it was working the way it was in version 9. We went up to 10K before Zibo released 10. Oh, Zibo was coding. We were flying, coding, flying, coding, flying. It was crazy.
This is my argument. The guys who use the Zibo have no idea what goes on in the background.
Oh no, we worked ourselves silly. But anyways, yeah, all good, all good. At least now I can get to fly it a little bit and enjoy it without too much testing in commas. Yeah,
Loading and saving.
loading and saving.
Or saving and loading, better.
Yeah. So, alternate, you need to come join us then. You really, really need to come join us. We'll take you for a nice introduction, and we'll introduce you to the ATC guys, and we'll get you going, man. It's really, really something that you must experience. If it's at all something you want to do, no point in forcing you, but if that's anywhere remotely possible, come join us. You need to come and fly with ATC.
Yeah, we've got a couple of tame ATC guys, haven't we? Kept in a cupboard.
Yes. Yes.
And they really are marvellous. Yeah. If you come onto Discord, you can, speak to these guys in the background, even when at the same time as they're controlling you, and they can almost tell you what they're going to say before they tell you. It makes it so much more comfortable. Yes. And once you've got that under your belt, it feels so much easier. It's brilliant.
Oh, yes. Yeah, it takes that sting out of the unknown and out of, that first time you need to press that button. Excellent. That's good news at least.
Right, I'm lining up for takeoff. I've got my 3 minutes on the tracker, so it should be fine.
Good. I'm almost out of the CTR here by far. I'm talking not the tower CTR, I'm talking about approach. I've gone way out already. I didn't even start my timer. Let's do that for the guys with OCD. Tell you now, what is the time? 1500. Yeah, I'm 6 minutes away already, so your 3 minutes are good.
Nico?
Yes.
I don't know, but I received a nice text file with just a couple of questions. Some are, well, yes, they are all very interesting one. Some of them are of easy explanation and easy answer, because basically it's just a definition. How about if when you reach the cruise, then maybe you can share, you can open up Discord, sharing the screen that I'm sharing on Discord. I can answer at least two of these interesting topics.
Okay, we can do that. Let's get to cruise and then we...
Yeah, I will prepare the page and then I will share the screen on Discord and then you can bring into the live stream. Excellent. If it's okay with you.
Yes, of course, of course.
All right.
I must confess I've not read up on this ETOPS business. I noticed several new shiny things in the OFP, but I'm not particularly clear about what's going on and if I have to report to anybody when I get to certain places. What's there?
Okay, let's do this. Let's do this. That I can tell you.
So ETP1. entry ETOPS, exit ETOPS, all kinds of madness.
Echo
Where?
Tango Papa 1. Because
Yes.
Echo Tango Papa 1, I don't know if he's ETOPS things. Echo Tango Papa 1, Echo Tango Papa 2 sounds to me like emergency turn procedure 1 or 2.
Oh, is that, where's the point of no return then, and all that equal distance business?
Is going to be in the ETOPS manual.
Approaching transition.
I don't know actually, because I have no approved.
Equal time point, is it? Equal time point?
From my knowledge, back into the ITPL, it was P point of non-return, PNR, and PET, Papa Echo Tango, point of equal time or something similar.
Transition altitude.
If you say to me Echo Tango Papa, I immediately will say emergency turn procedure. But maybe I'm wrong. Of course, if you are into the ETOPS manual and you read Echo Tango Papa, then it doesn't make any sense with the emergency turn, of course. But if you are just looking on internet, Echo Tango Papa usually is used for the emergency turn. In fact, now some companies, including mine, started to change the emergency turn procedure with the definition of engine out SID and engine out procedure. Because the idea is to create something universal for an airport. So the ATC will know beforehand that if an aircraft departing from runway 28 in Bergamo has an engine fire or an engine failure, will follow that route, that become a kind of engine out SID, so a standard one. Because at the moment, the emergency turn, the emergency procedure that we have for each airport, we as my company and all the other companies are kind of private. So ATC will need to be informed or such and such turn.
Interesting.
Something probably not 100% related, but something that keeps on cropping up, especially for us guys flying across the pond and things like that, also is this oceanic reporting tool. Have you looked at that, Paul?
I think I stumbled across it on the IVAO website.
All right, well, there is a link. I hope you guys can see it. See if it went through. Yes. Okay, yeah, you can see that link. So that's not from the IVAO website, but that is a reporting tool. So technically, where we are flying now, as you guys can see on the screen, oops, now I've clicked on it, it's basically ocean. There's nothingness growing 6 feet tall all around us for miles and miles and miles. But at each waypoint, you're supposed to report to the oceanic controller. And basically what this tool does is it gives you a script. So you can go and you can then compile the script, you know, here. Just change a couple of things. That's obviously us. That's our call sign. Let me grab Navigraph and get some details here for you guys, just to give you some indication. Alright, so we're going to be Baloo. The time at Baloo is going to be something like this. I'm just quickly filling it in as we are talking about it. Progress 1520 Zulu. Yeah, we've got 1520 Zulu. How far are we? We probably going to be at 350, so that's fine. All right, our next waypoint is 3460 north. 3460 north. And that will be at 1533. And after that, the next waypoint is 36 north. 36 north. 050 west. And as you guys can then see there, it gives you what you read to your ATC. Nifty. In terms of ETOPS, I couldn't answer you, but at least I could fill in some blanks for the guys with oceanic reporting.
Interesting.
Just had a nice compliment.
Spare us the detail. Come on, come on. Tell us. You can't do that. Just say half of the story. Tell us the story.
No, you'll love this. You'll love this. How did you get Microsoft 2020 into Explain?
Oh.
Oh.
Must
Come
be your
on.
shiny
Tell
scenery.
us the truth. That's not even an Italian thing.
Orbix Great Britain, that's all it is.
Oh. I suppose somebody commented on a picture or something on Facebook then.
Yeah, I did a flight earlier out of Lemmy back into Manchester. Did a couple of shots on my approach, posted them and just said that release 10 was perfect, no issues. And then I've had quite a few comments. One of which was what I just gave you. How did you get Microsoft 2020 into Explain? I thought, love it. So I wrote back apologies, but I won't even put Microsoft 2020 on my system. It's all Explain 11.
Okay, got it. Okay. No, but those are really good pictures.
Yeah, they are nice ones. They've come out well.
Oh, Leslie, thank you. Same to you. Hope you enjoy your flight. That's a long one you've got going there as well. It's probably UK North, Christer. He's got all of them, so whichever one's bit, much of a muchness, he's got all of them. Christer, I've also got them. I love it. I really love it. I've seen a few very nasty, unrealistic reviews on YouTube. Some guys just expect too much, but for what it is, it's definitely worth the while for me. I mean, I made the investment gladly. Bit of a bumpy ride if I look at that green banana. Yeah, I'm making orthos as far as I go for all the other places, Krister. You won't believe it, in my lateness and in haste to get the stream going on time, I made the orthos for this flight this morning. I never loaded them. Oops.
Shouldn't laugh.
I'm only human. Leslie, give me a second. I'm going to let you into the server in a few seconds. I don't see you online. Did you do the question mark agree thing? Let's see. Why don't I see? Oh, there, I've got you. I've got you. I've got you.
I'm terribly hungry. Let's order a pizza.
Might need your assistance, Nico.
What's up?
Are you able to look at my stream quickly?
I can. Yeah.
GOMOS, VSM, GOMOS, VSM.
Yeah, that happened in the reality as well. Sometimes just the FMC goes crazy. It's okay, you just need to identify the correct one. I think if you move you need the plan mode there. And the plan mode will help you to identify which one is the correct one, John. Sorry, Nico, if I just jump in.
Please jump in. Please jump in. Hello, Cole. Welcome. Welcome.
So, John, if you use the plan mode on the navigation display, and then you just step down the first GOMOS, and then we will just we can build a better leg. Can you zoom in a bit, FMC and navigation display? Yeah, that's perfect.
1000 to level off.
Okay, you can use next page to reach the GOMOS point, the first one. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay, can you increase the range, please? At least a 40 nautical miles. Okay. Okay, it's quite easy. If you go back, you just need to take the second VSM, so the last one there in that page, second VSM, and bring below the first GOMOS. That's it. Execute. And now check with the step. That's it. Sounds good to me. Make sure that at VSM you have 210 or below as a speed, otherwise it's gonna overshoot. Because you are coming over, I think is you are coming above that with the 90 degrees. So you need to slow down, otherwise it will overshoot because of inertia when he does the turn. That's all.
Appreciate it, thank you.
No problem.
What's your arrival time, Paul?
Stand by a minute, John.
Sorry. I didn't get much sleep today.
My ETA is 1900 Zulu.
Well, you're going to get there 10 minutes before me.
No, no, no. Fix your legs and you should be fine, man.
We've just done that.
My
Okay.
ATA is what? 1931 Zulu?
Okay.
I have 1843, John. What was yours?
Yeah, mine's 1910.
What cost index did you use, John?
Sorry, cost index 20.
Ah, that's why, because I use 40. I don't know about Nico.
I'm using 40.
Oh, no wonder. Now you tell me, you swine, you swine.
Skunk.
That's a good one.
I look good and I smell awful.
Well, Uncle John, there is a good answer to that. Good solution for you.
Yeah, change mine to 40.
Even to 50.
Okay, 50 it is.
I've never ever met such a sore loser in my life. You are the most competitive freaking person I know. Uncle John, you know we love you.
Performance. Post-init performance.
Check. For my remarks, he's probably going to use 60 now. Oh. All right, gents, are you ready for some Q&A with Pilot Sasso? Guys on stream, I'm asking specifically for you guys. There are a couple of questions that are pre-prepared. Sasso says he'll do 2 or 3. And if you guys have another one or two, you can quickly throw that on screen as well. So you can answer some of your questions that's burning deep inside of you that need to come out now. Please, guys, think of something. Sasso?
Yes.
You're not streaming.
Nope, because I'm deciding which one to start with. Okay, well, the first question is just theory one. It's just an easy question. I don't need even to stream.
Okay.
So one of the first question was average wind or top of climb wind.
Okay.
Now we can use technically your FMC there, but the answer to this question is how can I say is just common sense. The wind that you insert in the performance page at the beginning is the wind that the FMC is gonna use to create the first beat of the leg and then the entire beat of flight. So when you are on the ground, the first step is gonna be the climb. So after departure, you're gonna do the climb. So if you go into the performance page, nothing is wrong with setting the average wind on the top right there. When there is 24757 at the moment. Nothing is wrong with setting the average wind that you will have during your flight. But because we know that the first bit is gonna be the climb, it makes more sense to put the top of climb wind there, which you can take as Nico is showing from the OFP.
Well, this is what I want to interrupt you with. That's actually the average wind. Okay. So, Sasso, in my defense, and when we start up training the guys, okay, we tell them you can use this wind because it's written. It's in your OFP. It's in your face right there. Technically, if we want to do it correctly, like you real pilots do it, we're going to have to scroll down and find the top of climb, which is there. See, there's top of climb. and that is the top of climb wind. So you can see the difference is 247 at 57 is average, but that is your top of climb winds. That's what you're talking about, right, Sasa?
Correct, which is 23490, I think.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
Okay, so I just wanted to point that out because technically you are correct, but also, you know, when you train new pilots, the guys are under pressure
Absolutely.
and all these things, you know, so it's easier to just say to them, you know what, there it is, it's
Yeah,
given to
but
you,
that's
just grab it.
exactly, in reality, that's what you do at the beginning of the line training.
Yeah.
When you are already struggled with something else. Uh, I mean, all I'm saying here is just answering the question. So it's not any particular SOP.
Yeah.
This is just to show you that there is just a common sense reason behind this answer. It's just because I know that the first bit is going to be the climb. So rather than give an average wind, which in a long flight like this can be 3 hours after the departure, so it doesn't, no one is going to care for the climb, is better to set in the FMC the top of climb wind. So the technically that wind or something closer to that wind is what the aircraft will meet during the climb. That's all regarding that question. I don't know if it makes
100%.
sense.
Yes, it
And
does.
then if you put the cruise wind there, the top of climb cruise wind, so in that case would have been 23490. Then when you are in cruise, VNAV engage, everything settled, ready to drink your coffee, you can go there in this page and just update with the average wind. So write 24757, update there, and the job is done.
All right, sorry, I was a bit slow to get to that page. So I'm just going to quickly go back to it if you don't mind. So
Absolutely.
we go to the legs page and then we go to route data. All right. Now on my screen, I've still got the OFP, and I mean you can see that would typically now be one of the waypoints, all right? And it will give you the wind per waypoint exactly as Sasso was saying.
And that's exactly the answer to another question, which was average wind and at subsequent waypoint. Now, when we do long flights, for instance, from UK to Gran Canarias, we are talking about 4 hours flight. To be as precise as possible, instead of using the average wind, which is exactly an average wind, what we do, we update using exactly this page, the route data. We update the wind for significant change at some waypoint. So we go in the OFP, we check the weather. There should be actually, Nico, at the bottom of this OFP, there should be a weather section where you can see for each waypoint the weather at 3 level. Should be at the bottom, at the end of
hang
this.
on. Is it these maps, these ones you're talking about?
Let me see, because it's before the NOTAM, basically.
Okay, hold on. That's
Can you, if you can stream on Discord, I will have real on lifetime.
I'm looking for that screen. Hold on.
I think he means where the descent winds are.
Correct.
All that block of other information that I never look at.
Okay, yeah, hang on. Obviously, I'm jumping way out of proportion here. See, there you go. That's the winds. There you have all the descent winds.
Yes.
And there you have the different winds at the different waypoints. So you can either get it from there where we were earlier, or you can obviously get it from there.
Yeah. Now imagine to do a long flight to Canarias, and I have seen that block there of wind took 2 pages. So of course, what you can do if you want to be more precise in terms of time calculation and be nice with the passengers, be nice with the hostess when they call you, say when we are landing, are we on time, or stuff like this, then you can update into the route data. So legs page, bottom right button, and then you go into the route leg, the route data, and there, and there you can update the wind for single waypoint.
All right, so there we've now got.
So let's say 36 November 050 whiskey. If we take that point.
Okay, we're gonna do that one. I was looking at the previous one, but let's quickly get there. So it's 237 at 82. 237 at 82. Your next.
And then right button to press it.
Yeah, I've put it in, and then the next one is going to be 267 at 47.
And as you can see, it changed also for the other one.
Yes.
Change also for the subsequent. That's why you can update also the other one.
GOMOS, we've got 316 at 24. There you go, and execute.
That's it. And now in progress page, you will have a more precise ATA.
Okay, we've lost 3 minutes. Thank you, Sasso.
Pleasure.
Okay, all right.
So these, I think, answered the adding wind and subsequent wind, and it answered also the average wind or top of climb winds. It's just common sense, basically.
Yes, makes perfect sense.
Now, the other question was, unless there is any other question on these subjects, I don't know from the chat if someone is writing. I'm not looking at that.
No,
so,
not about this one. There's other questions.
Okay, perfect. So the other subject is planning for fuel, full instrument departure or arrival. Now for this one, Nico, I'm gonna share Navigraph here on Discord. There we go. Let me know when I'm on the live.
Give me a second.
You're live.
Yeah, I mean in Nico's stream.
Hold on. Now you're live on my stream.
Wonderful. So as you can see here, I just choose Bergamo because I kind of know this airport, I would say. So here we have star, so the arrival procedure for runway 28. And let's imagine that we are coming from the west, so from Spain, for instance. The arrival point for us is Dixer, which means that we can expect a star, an arrival procedure, an instrument arrival procedure starting at Dixer, and we know there is runway 28, or we are expecting runway 28. Of course, we are talking about this while before departing from Spain. So we are in a matter of planning how much fuel we need to bring. Now we look at the OFP, and for some reason, Sim Toolkit Pro or whatever provide you use to do the fuel calculation and the route for the flight, decided to give you, instead of the Dixer 2 Echo, which is this page here, the Dixer 1 kilo, for example, which is this other arrival here. Now, I guess that immediately, as you can see, Dixer 1 kilo is this one, and Dixer 2 Echo is this one. All these. Now, as you can see immediately, there is a huge difference in terms of truck miles, which means fuel burn, time that you will be airborne. And in terms of planning, because again, we are on the ground in Spain before departure, of course you have to think about this. Because let's say, okay, now there is, pandemic situation, or there is, in the simulator world, there is an exam in Bergamo, for example. I'm flying online on IVAO or VATSIM. There is an exam in Bergamo. So I can expect that the ATC will give me a longer route, a longer arrival, because it needs more time to organize the traffic coming in. So if your fuel calculation are done considering the Dixer 1 kilo, then you want to take this into account. Because if you do the calculation, I just did it, the Dixer 1 kilo in terms of nautical miles from Dixer up to Lazav, which is over here, the nautical miles in total are 47 nautical miles, 47.6 exactly. Instead, if you then are coming to Dixer and you call ATC in Milano, and Milano says, okay, due to traffic, expect to fly the Dixer to Echo. Then you go into your FMC, you select the Dixer to Echo, you open up the charts, and from Dixer to Tixum and then Lazav, which is over here, if you add up all the small distance, you will have a total distance of 70 nautical miles. So Dixer to Echo, which is the longest, 70 nautical miles. Dixer 1 kilo, which is the shortest, 47.6. Is not a huge difference, but this is just to give you the process in your mind to check and plan for the fuel. So the idea is plan for the worst, opt for the best. Okay, so when I'm planning on the ground, I always plan the longest seed, the longest departure, the longest arrival, just to be on the safe side. And then, of course, I opt for the best. So I opt to get the shortcut. And this will go into the other topic of energy management, how to do that. That is a bit more difficult to explain just talking. We need to use the simulator. So that's the idea. When you plan for the fuel, check the charts, because sometimes the star that you are planning or that the provider is giving to you is the best star for him, but it's not the one that you will get from ATC, especially if in simulator life there will be an event somewhere where you are going. And as you can see here in the charts, that's the difference. Dixer 2 Echo compared with Dixer 1 kilo, which is 20 nautical miles of difference. Is not a huge amount, I know. If you sum these maybe with weather avoidance because of thunderstorm or holding because of huge amount of traffic, then you know the fuel is not that much. And the sentence is fuel is time available in the air. And that is true, because everything starts from fuel. If I have lots of fuel, then everything I can slow down, I can think without stress. If I have no fuel or low amount of fuel, then it's another story. And these answer the other question, planning for fuel, full seed and star.
Hello, Bapino, welcome. And thank you for that, so that is awesome.
Pleasure. And then last one is when to add 40 feet to DA or MDA. Now to do this, Nico, I'm gonna stream again. I need to stream a website. Okay, should be live now.
There you go.
Wonderful. So, first of all, let's start with the definition. DA is decision altitude, or DH decision height. I'm not gonna go through the explanation of altitude and height at this stage, but that's the general definition. Decision altitude is used when you're doing technically a precision approach. ILS or AirNav using LNav and VNav, like, how can I say, a precision approach. A minimum descent altitude or minimum descent height, as you can read there in this website, is a specified altitude or height in a non-precision approach or circling approach below which descent must not be made without the required visual reference. Okay, This is the general definition. Because we are talking about a non-precision approach, this is less, how can I say? I don't know if the word safe is correct, but let's say the clearance below the aircraft is less precise. Let's use this word. It's less precise because it's a non-precision approach. So the position of the aircraft is not that accurate as it will be flying an ILS, for example. And if I scroll here, we have what we want to read. An MDA, so a minimum descent altitude or height, differs from a decision altitude or height in that the aircraft must be flown in such a way that it does not descend below the MDA or the H unless the required visual reference has been established. Typically, an aircraft will continue at the MDA until a pre-calculated missed approach point is reached. If the required visual reference is not established by that point, a missed approach will be flown. And of course here, to clarify again, the MDA may not be lower than the system minimum for the type of approach, because of course the MDA for a non-precision approach can be less than the DA for a precision approach for the same runway and same condition, of course. That is just common sense. And there we go. The operator must specify an addition to the MDA or MDH, which depends on the performance of the aircraft, to ensure that if a missed approach is commenced at this altitude, the aircraft will not descend below the MDA or MDH. In other words, by the time you press toggle, you say, go around, you press toggle, the engines pull up, and the aircraft will start to gain altitude again. By the time all these processes come up, you will lose a couple of feet, a couple of altitude. Because we are doing a non-precision approach, we don't want that to happen below the minimum on the charts. And that's why we add a certain amount to the MDA, that for the Boeing 737, usually, for most of the company, is 40 feet. Instead, DDA, so a precision approach, the rule says that because it's precision approach, so it's a precise position of the aircraft, even if we lose a certain amount of altitude while we are doing the process of go around, that is fine because we are in a precision approach, so there is no need to add feet to the minima published.
We'll see your
I
landing.
hope that clarified the other thing. So going back into our charts, for example, I'm gonna change again the stream. Sorry, Nico, about that. I'm gonna stream again the charts. If we fly an ILS Zulu for runway 28 in Bergamo, if we do a precision approach, so a Cat 1, the DA is 990. Okay? So this is an ILS charts, ILS Zulu for runway 28 in Bergamo. Cat 1, so precision approach, decision altitude 990. And then in brackets, you can see also the decision height. So that's the height above the ground, of course. Instead, let's imagine that for some problem, ATC told us that the ILS is not working. Only the localizer is working, but the glide slope is out for maintenance. In this case, we are now doing a non-precision approach, because localizer only is considered a non-precision, and here we fall into a new minima, which, as you can see, is already higher than the precision one, 1260. But because we are falling into a non-precision approach, we will need to add 40 feet for the Boeing 737 to this altitude. So 1260 plus 40, the minima that we are gonna set in the bar on the PFD is gonna be 1300. The only moment where you don't add the 40 feet is on the circle to land. Circle to land minima, because the circle to land is considered, yes, a non-precision approach, but it is considered a visual approach because you need to maintain visual contact. If you reach the minima and you have no visual contact, then you start to go around. And as you can see, the circling minima is even higher than a non-precision for that runway. Then in this case, we don't add any correction because, how can I say, we are going to be visual with the terrain. So there is not that big issue with losing 20 feet while starting to go around. But a non-precision approach is going to be in IMC condition, providing that the IMC condition is within minima. So I think that explains the 40 feet in a non-precision minima. I don't know if there are any other question.
So I think the summary is very easy. When it's a precision approach, you don't add 40 feet. When it's non-precision, you add 40 feet. So
Correct.
I think you said it exactly as it should be. Perfect.
Yeah. I just explained, of course, the reason behind it, starting from the definition.
Of course. No, that's much appreciated because there are probably guys that don't understand the difference, and that is why you had to do all those things, you know. So
yeah,
thank you very much.
So the non-precision approaches are everything other than an ILS. Is that true?
Nope, because if you're still looking at my streaming,
we are.
Okay, if I go on AirNav charts, an RMP arrival for runway 28, if we use only LNAV, okay, so just a lateral guidance, then this is considered a non-precision approach, and we will have an MDA. So in this case, I will have to correct plus 40. But if we do still an AirNav using LNAV and VNAV, so now I add also the vertical guidance, then we are more precise. So LNAV and VNAV is considered a precision approach for an RMP arrival.
So ILS is precision, RNP is precision.
RMP is precision only if you use LPV minima or LNAV VNAV. If you do an RMP using only LNAV, then it's a non-precision. In fact, you have written here MDA.
Okay. Yeah, this is what I wanted to mention just now. So the clue is in MDA versus DA.
Yes.
The moment you see MDA, you know, my association says if you do this thing wrong, you're going to need the MD. The doctor is going to be necessary. You know, made a mistake. See, MDA, it's non-precision.
But look, it's exactly the minimum descent altitude. It's not minimum decision altitude. Instead, here is decision altitude.
Yes.
So here, I decide here. Here, I already did the decide process. It's a minimum descent. It's not a minimum decision altitude. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Makes sense. For me, the clue just lies with MDA versus DA. That's how I recognize them. So all the charts have it printed, and if you can associate it, the MDA with non-precision, and remember that's where you add, versus DA you don't add. That's what you need to remember.
Yours is a nice, easy way to remember it.
Right. Whilst you're on that subject, how about when you use the radios, the RA? What's the difference between the RA and the decision height?
Nothing.
Radio altimeter. It's usually you use your radio altimeter again. Look at your charts. Okay, but you explain, Tasso.
Yeah, I mean, RA is radio altitude, which means height above the ground. So, to be exactly precise, is height of the wheel above the ground. And the radio altitude is something that you use when you do a Cat 2 or a Cat 3. There is no Cat 1. I mean, you don't forget this 236. Huh? You're not gonna set 236 and then watch your radio altimeter reading 236. Technically, if you set on the baro minima 990 and you start the go around at 990 on the QNH, technically your radio altimeter should be around 236, roughly. But you don't use the RA as a minima unless you are doing a Cat 2 or a Cat 3.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Because Lloyd, it's even more precision. Again, it's more precise than the baro reading, and they use that to make it more safer to do an auto land, for instance.
So that chart there, Cat 3B, there's no minimum.
No.
Cat 3A is 50 feet, and then Cat 2, it's 102 feet. Cat 1, it's 990. Sorry. So it goes up the less precise it is.
Yes.
The minimum goes up.
Of course. Of course.
Yes.
And then your non-precision locator approach, it's higher still.
Of course.
There's a series of heights there now.
Yes.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah. And
it's like steps.
Consider that if I do a Cat 3 alpha approach with a decision altitude of 50 feet array, decision height, sorry, not decision height, decision height. So this means 50 feet above the ground. If I press toga, and I did a couple of times in the simulator, in the proper one, if I push toga at 50 feet, when I heard minimum, then by the time I got a positive rate climb, you can read on the radio between 30 and 25 feet above the ground.
Wow.
But that is normal, because it's precise. So he knows where you are. He knows that below you there is the runway for sure. So even if you lose that 20 feet before, remember the inertia of the aircraft. It's not like a button, okay, we are already pointing up. There is a kind of, a certain amount of time that is the inertia of the aircraft to change between an approach situation to a go around, like nose up, climbing, full thrust, and blah, blah, blah. It's, of course, the heavier you are, more will be that time. Longer will be that time. So 50 feet on a Cat 3, yeah, before having positive rate and call for the gear up, maybe you lost 20 feet.
Okay, but I want to now add to something you said earlier, which I don't think the guys understand. Just zoom in a little bit more. Just zoom in a little bit more there on that page. Right where you are, just zoom in. Okay. Look at the runway. Guys, I'm going to put my mouse there now. Do you see the threshold? You have to cross the threshold at 57 feet. So if you cross the 57 feet at the threshold right there, and Sasso said, by the time you get to 50, it knows you are already over the runway. If you do this correctly, you will cross the threshold at 57. So by the time you get to your decision height, the runway will definitely be under you already. Okay, so just have a look at TCH, that 57. What does TCH stand for, by the way? I can't recall offhand just now, but that's your threshold.
Threshold centerline height.
There you go. Threshold centerline height. So you're going to cross it. If you flew this at Cat 3A, you will be at 57. So you're going to pass the threshold, have the runway over you. Then over there somewhere, you're going to hit 50 feet. And if you need to do a go around or if you need to land, the runway will definitely be underneath you. So I just thought I'd add that because you mentioned it, but I don't know if the guys know about that, that note that's there, that TCH 57.
Sorry, stupid. Threshold crossing height.
Okay.
So 57, fine. You will be above the threshold.
Exactly.
Because remember that the Cat 3, and this is something that probably in the sim you never considered. So Cat 3 approach means on auto land, means that, so even a Cat 2, means that you cross the threshold, but then the minima is because you will still continue, because the aiming point is not the threshold, but is the touchdown, which is not at the beginning of the runway. It is somewhere a portion after the threshold. And in fact, another thing to add is that there is a certain distance which varies with flaps 30 or flaps 40 that you need to take into account when you do your performance calculation. Because the autoland, the autopilot is gonna, how can I say, is gonna kill, is gonna use a bit of length of runway to complete his flare procedure, his autoland. In fact, when you do the performance calculation and you are planning an autoland, if you are gonna use, so let's imagine, let's keep with numbers. Autoland, runway 28 in Bergamo, using flaps 30, the performance calculation says that with auto brake 3, I'm gonna stop in 1,700 meters. Okay, I'm just using numbers just to give you an idea. Flaps 40 instead, auto brake 3, we are gonna stop in 1,550, for example, meters. Because we are doing an autoland, the autoland system, the autopilot, is gonna use a bit of amount of runway during his flare procedure. And because the distance calculated from the performance tool are from the wheel touchdown, then we need to add for an autoland with flaps 30, 185 meters, and for a flaps 40 autoland, 140 meter.
Do you know any funny story?
Sorry,
I am
flaps
so
30 is
now.
175, if I remember correctly. So now it's something interesting, because we need to add those value when we do an autoland to the performance calculation. Of course, flap 40 means more drag, so it's a less distance, 140, compared with the flaps 30. And all the reason for this all start with this. The autoland, the guidance, the vertical guidance to the ground is guide you not towards the threshold, but towards the touchdown zone.
Yeah, very important. It's not about the piano, actually. We've made lots of fun about the piano, but it's not about the piano. It's about the touchdown zone.
Yeah.
Are you guys okay with this? Are you following?
Absolutely.
We are following. Absolutely. Yep.
Okay. Because you're so quiet, so I'm just asking. I just thought I'd mention this TCH, the threshold crossing height. Thank you for that. So at 57, you know, because you, the moment you said you'll have the runway underneath you, I was wondering, do the guys know why they will have the runway underneath them? You know, and then the whole story started. So excellent. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Babino and alternate says they that thank you for the details. It's cleared up quite a few things, you know. So thank you.
It's a pleasure.
All right, guys, if you want to ask a question or two, shoot.
What does the shaded portion mean on the chart? Just below the final approach there.
Sorry, what?
Well, you've got just at the beginning of the glide slope, you've got 2,900. What does the shaded area there denote at 2,900?
That is an interesting question, actually. Now, I don't know here the graphic of the Navigraph, because this is a kind of hybrid chart between the JEPS and I think the Lido. 2,900 should be the clearance, like the terrain. So the obstacle in that portion coming here, the portion here, because it's between LASAV and 3,500, so it's in this bit here, if you agree. We're talking about this bit here, between LASAV
Yep.
and the FAP, in this case, because it's an ILS, which is the point here, 8.6. So I guess it is the altitude, the altitude over the highest point over there, which is 2139 plus the separation layer. We got 2,900.
Yeah, understand. Thank you.
Pleasure.
There's such a lot of symbols on these charts. You can stare at it for ages. There's a little lens-shaped symbol, just a little bit further up there. I think it's one of those marker transmitters, isn't it?
This bit here.
MM, just near the runway. Mike.
That's the middle marker.
Yeah, it took me a long time to realise what they were.
Yeah, middle marker. In the old days, you used to have an outer marker, a middle marker, and an inner marker, which usually was over the runway. To be completely honest, in reality, never use it.
It was for the IFR approach, because the one was for your flaps 15 gear down, and the next one was for landing configuration, and the other one was you gotta land now because you're at the runway. You know, that's an abbreviated, quick way of saying it. But
I think it was mostly when the runway were not coded with, the ILS were not coupled with the DME.
Something
but
like
now
that, yes.
we have the DME, and actually. Somewhere, well, in my charts, I don't know in this one, but the charts that I use for work is exactly says that DME connected to this frequency will read 0 at the threshold.
Yes.
Now, it's not written here somewhere, but this is just to highlight the importance of the DME. In fact, there are some charts that says if the DME from the ILS frequency is not working, then you need to use an higher minima, just to give you the idea of the importance of the DME. Then, of course, we know that we have the navigational display, so we have our wonderful FMC, we just load, we have everything on the graphic, we have the point Romeo Whiskey 28 in this case, so we know exactly the distance and all these wonderful features that we have in the 737. But in terms of basing, in terms of a conventional navigation, if you lose the DME, so you have only 107 with ILS information but not distance from the runway. Now, there we go, DME required. So if the DME is not available, then technically you can't do this approach unless certain conditions are met. So in that case, you would revert to an AirNav. Oh, especially for a Cat 3, I can imagine.
Just by the way, while we're talking about, my mind's floating in different places. I don't know how many of you guys have actually tried to do a GLS landing, which is an augmented system, partly ground-based, partly satellite-based, basically off the FMS. But the Zibo mod can actually do an auto land on GLS. Just a random fact that popped in my mind. You don't need an ILS, you can also do auto land on a GLS.
That's the charts for the GLS, it's called GBus.
Yes.
Zulu for runway 31 in Malaga.
Yes.
So that's your frequency, channel 21108. I don't know, Nico, if you want to show in the multi-mode receiver
we can do that
how you
now.
can go in that.
Yeah, we can do that now. Let me quickly pull this away. Right, so in order for you to do a GLS landing, I would suggest go look at my specific GLS tutorial video, but we're going to have to switch the mode. There's GLS, and the code that Sasso had there was 21108, and then obviously we need to make that active. All right, I'm just going to take it off active for now, but basically let's go back to this chart here. Oh, you stopped your streaming. All right, let me pull that away. So guys, anyway, if you enable the GLS, it will basically simulate Cat1 ILS for you. Number one, that's the first thing. One of the beauties of GLS is you can fly around the corner. Okay, so if you go to Zurich, for instance, I think it's runway 14, you actually pick the GLS up before you turn on your so-called localizer. So it's an interesting technology, and like I say, you can actually do an auto land with it in the Zibo. Very interesting.
Yeah, that is very interesting. Of course, you need to have the multi-mode receiver.
Yeah, and just for the laugh of it, Zibo is the first and only airliner currently that actually has this. There's no other flight sim model that I know that's got this capability. So we can do the GLS, the WAS, and the EGNOS, you know, all these kind of nice things with this.
Fabulous, thank you.
That's the funny of simulator, but of course in reality you need to do a proper training, which means probably learning course, which I did on the GLS, and then some kind of practice into the simulator. Plus your company, of course, has to have the approval by the authority to conduct the GLS or all the other stuff.
Exactly. But we have the simulator here to play with, and you know, then we can go and figure these things out for ourselves and just play with it.
Then, last question and last answer for today, Nico, if you are happy.
Yeah.
No runway in legs page, which is coupled with another question, recycle flight director. Now, we don't need any screen sharing there, it's just theory. The flight director that you can see there in Nico's stream is nothing magic. I mean, the flight director is taking the information regarding, first of all, think about the flight director as a two different command bar, one horizontal and one vertical. So don't think that the flight director has to have both bar always together. Technically, they can work
what a lovely view from the window.
On a side.
Our Earth is beautiful.
Like only the vertical or only the horizontal one. That's the first point. Second point is the flight director is nothing magic, but it is just showing you what you should do, what attitude you should maintain to respect all your command into the MCP, which means speed, which means roll mode or pitch mode, which is exactly the FMA order left to right. So let's go back to the question.
FMA?
FMA, Flight Mode Annunciation. Sorry, Annunciator. The FMA is the top of the PFD, where you have the status of the autopilot and autothrottle. The status of the auto flight system is shown on the FMA, which is the top there, the one that Nico is pointing at the moment. And actually, in the old days, at the beginning of the auto flight system into the Boeing aircraft, now we call PFD, but is an error. It is called, the exactly word for that is ADI, Echo Alpha Delta India, which means Electronic Attitude and Direction Indicator, I think is called. PFD is Primary Flight Display, which comes from Airbus. So in Boeing, we talk about ADI, electronic attitude and direction indicator, and the navigation display. And Mr. Boeing used to say live and die by the ADI, because he said to us, to his student, if you look at the FMA, if you look at the ADI, you will have all the information that you need to either die or survive. And that's what it is. Another thing, the MCP over there is the tool that the pilot use to talk with the autoflight system. The FMA is the answer from the FMA system, from the autopilot, from the autoflight system to the pilot. In other words, the MCP is what I want. The ADI or PFD or FMA is what I have. This is the difference. If you keep this in mind, because many times you just press button like crazy on the MCP and nothing happens. But you don't look at the FMA. If we have the approach mode engaged and we are VOR log capture and glide log capture, we can press VNAV for ages. The aircraft is gonna continue down because the FMA, I promise you, is not gonna change. It will remain VOR log and glide slope. So if you don't look at the FMA, especially for example in a go around situation, if you press toga, okay, you press toga, you hit the button, and nothing shown on the FMA, then maybe the toga switch just burned out. And so the toga didn't came. And so the flight director is not commanding a pitching up. And so. So remember, MCP, all those funny, nice, romantic button over there, what I want, what the pilot wants. FMA in front of you, what I have, what the aircraft is giving to me, what the flight director is giving to me. So if I follow the flight director, I will follow the FMA. If the autopilot is engaged, it will follow the flight director. Or better, the flight director will give input to the autopilot in a kind of way to follow the FMA information. That's all it is. So live and die by the ADI. That is what Mr. Boeing says. So, sorry for this bit of introduction, but I think that now a bit clear all these funny stuff. So now, let's go to the question. No runway point in the legs page. So, because the flight director is showing nothing magic by showing only what we have in the legs page, which is what we loaded as a pilot, the flight director is just following that thing. Is no, how can I say, is not creating any magic behind. So if in the legs page there is no runway point, it means that at some point during the approach point, there will be a point which will be the first waypoint of the go around leg, of the go around route. So the previous point, which means the last waypoint of the approach phase, is going to be at a certain altitude. Let's say 1,300, for example. The first waypoint of the go around is going to be most likely at a higher altitude compared with the previous one. Or maybe it's going to be also on a different track, on a different heading compared with the previous one, because maybe, as let's imagine Palermo, as soon as you do the go around, you need to turn because you have in front the mountain. In this case, because the flight director is not doing any magic, And because the runway is not coded, the runway is not into the legs page, is not part of the legs, the flight director doesn't know what to follow. And so, because it's just driven by the input of the pilot, it will just step to the next waypoint. But the next waypoint we said is the go-around point. So the flight director command bar, so horizontal and vertical bar, will start to command a pitching up and maybe a turn if we don't do anything. That's why when you are approaching minimum and there is no runway point in the legs page, you will have to recycle the flight director. In other words, you will have to flip the flight director switches on the MCP off and then on. In this way, the flight director command bar will disappear and you can fly nicely to the runway, but the flight director will be ready to come in case of a go around. This is the first answer. There is nothing wrong with leaving the flight director on, but it will be anti-intuitive, because at some point, let's imagine that we are coming down the runway, okay, we are nice, runway is in sight, you reach the minima, and you see the flight director pitch bar started to climb, because he's following the legs page. But you need to land, so it will be anti-intuitive. Or maybe the horizontal bar is commanding a turn, because the first waypoint is the go-around, which is on the left side at 30 degrees. So there is nothing wrong. You are manual. The autopilot is already disconnected. So, I mean, the aircraft is not going to turn. But because
it's
we are
pointing you
manually,
in the wrong direction.
Exactly.
So
we don't want that.
So when would you have no runway in the legs page? Under what circumstances?
It depends on the IRAC. There are some RMP procedure that have the runway coded, so you can find the runway. For example, the RMP Yankee approach for runway 28 in Bergamo has no runway coded. But the other one, or the RMP for runway 10, has the runway coded. There is no rule, yes or no. I don't know now what's the reason behind that.
Okay.
But you just need to check the legs page. If you can see runway, landing runway there, then happy days. The flight director will guide you towards the runway, even below the minima. If not, at minima, just recycle the flight director. Disconnect autopilot, recycle the flight director. That's it.
And what happens if you don't disconnect the autopilot?
If you don't disconnect the autopilot, then it's gonna start to follow the flight. Well, not to follow the flight director, but it will follow the legs page.
Don't crash.
Because, Nico, if you wanna switch both flight director off, don't touch the autopilot and auto throttle. Switch both flight director off, please. And I will show you that nothing happened to the autopilot. The autopilot is still there. The autopilot and the auto throttle can fly for hours. The flight director switch off means that the pilot has no information. But look, it's nothing happened. We are not falling down. I mean,
so if you didn't disconnect the autopilot and you didn't have a runway in the legs page, the plane would fly the missed approach automatically.
Technically yes, but I wonder how we will do it in terms of gear down, flaps 40, and VREF set. I mean, it's gonna be crazy, that situation.
Yeah, it'd be crazy, right? I was just wondering. Thank you.
Yeah, but for sure, the flight director bar will start to command, I don't know, a left or right turn and a pitch, which will be guided not by magic but by the legs page. That's what I wanna you to want to get. It's all regarding the legs page. And the roll mod and pitch mod is gonna be not from the MCP but from the FMA. If you have the FMA saying glide slope capture, the flight director pitch bar, so the vertical one, is gonna guide you to the glide slope even if you press VNAV like crazy, it's not because you press VNAV now the flight director is giving me guidance to follow the VNAV. No, it's not. Because the glide slope is there, capture, green, in front of you. That's the point. And here we comes to the other question. Why recycle the flight director? You can simply turn both switches off. Nico did it a second ago. If you switch both flight director switches off, that's it. You lose the flight director commands bar. But the importance of recycling the flight director is that in case of go around, after the go around mode terminate, the flight director will remain on. I will show you. Well, I can't show you, but I will explain the magic behind. If you have the flight director switches both off, or even one of the two, captain side or FO side, because they are independently. If you have the flight director switches off, and during the approach you hit toga, the flight director command bar will appear again and will guide you in a pitch up and roll mode during the go around phase. So during toga phase in the FMA. As soon as you are approaching the altitude, the missed approach altitude, the pitch mode in the FMA will change to alt acquire. As soon as you have alt acquired, if the flight director switches are off, the flight director command bar will disappear. That's why we recycle the flight director, because we don't want that to happen while we have lots of thrust and we need to level off maybe manually. So, flight director switches off in approach phase, so flaps out and maybe glide slope or below 2000 feet radio altitude, pushing toga. Even if I have the flight director switches off, flight director command bar will appear. That is not a bug, is not a Zibo problem, that's the Boeing philosophy. That command bar will remain on until the aircraft, so the FMA, will show me that we are going out from the go-around phase. So as soon as the pitch mode change into alt acquire, because we are reaching the go-around altitude, the flight director command bar will disappear. Instead, if you have the flight director switches on, I promise you 100% flight director command bar will remain on and will help you to level off. And then do the turn and such and such. That's the importance of recycling flight director. Get them ready.
So, just let me see if I've got this straight. If you're on an approach where the runway isn't in the legs page, you would get to the last waypoint before the runway, disconnect the autopilot, then recycle the flight directors.
Correct.
The flight director crosshairs disappear, but if you did press toga, they would reappear and guide you out.
Correct. And you can see that you did a proper recycle, because in front of you now, Nico stream, you have command written there in green, big in front of you. When you do the recycle flight director thing, the command bar disappear, but you will have a FD, Foxtrot Delta, flight director in green in front of you. That is what you have during the takeoff roll. So that FD green in front of you during the approach, that means I'm here, I'm ready to assist you for the go around and level off and such and such. Okay? Live and die by the ADI. It's all in front of you.
Yeah, it's amazing. I don't know about anybody else, but I feel like I'm usually too busy to notice half of this stuff.
I know.
But it's obviously very important. Thanks, Sasa.
Pleasure. So these answer the second one, the importance of recycling the flight director. And I think that's it for today. I mean,
unless the
we
guys
talk
on
a lot.
stream have questions, some of them indicated
ask one more
earlier they
question?
might have questions. Yes, Lloyd, you too. But guys on stream, if you don't ask your question now, we'll have to do it tomorrow then.
No, I mean,
no
I
problem.
can answer some question. I mean, from that list,
You
those
mean
are
from
the
the
questions.
list? Okay,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
fine. That's fine. Okay, so guys on stream and Lloyd, shoot. Let's hear.
All right. My question, Sasso. I've noticed on your some of your streams, like, can you explain to me on the range rings? You put like maybe stroke 10 nautical miles, stroke 4 nautical miles, and you put stroke 102 or 105, depending on the flight level. I don't know. You multiply 35 by 3. Can you explain?
Yeah. First things, this is SOP from my company. This is practice from a pilot. This is not a rule. I mean, it is a rule for me in my company. It's a kind of SOP. It's a suggestion to increase the situational awareness for the pilot. So the rule is to use the fixed page to have information on a quick view, on a quick shot, as soon as I look at the navigation display, to see where I am compared with the runway. Let's go in order. So let's imagine we are expecting to land on runway 28 in Bergamo. So I go into the fixed page, I put Romeo Whiskey 28 and another answer. Even if in the legs page there is no runway point, providing that I'm going to that airport in terms of destination in the FMC, then in the fixed page I can put the runway of that airport, even if it's not in the legs page. Okay, so you can do it anyway, even if you're expecting to do a VOR approach and there is no runway coded. I just failed to clarify this. So runway 28 there in the fixed page, and then the first distance, the first ring that we're gonna put is the top of the sand one. To do that, we do a rough calculation, more or less where will be where we start the sand phase compared with the runway in terms of distance. And to do that, to work it out, that we do cruise level, or better, yes, cruise level. So let's say 38,000 feet divided by 1,000 times 3. So 38,000 feet is our cruise level. Divided by 1,000 is 38. 38 times 3 is 84. So the first ring is gonna be at 84 nautical miles from runway 28. Now you can say to me, Passasso, why? We have the navigation display, we are wonderful, we know, we have LNAV and VNAV, the top of the sand is gonna say to us, reset MCP at 5 nautical miles before top of the sand. Yes, correct. But how about if ATC calls you and says, due to military activity in front of you, turn right 20 degrees? Now, by looking at the navigation display, you can see that you are approaching the green big rings, which in your mind means I'm around the start of the descent point. Milano, Skymatix 5 request descent because you are on heading. So VNAV is not giving you a exactly information at this point, because you are going maybe 20 degrees off from the top of the sand. That's the importance of the first ring. Top of the sand one is because of vector. If you are under vectors, you know that you are entering the descent phase, the top of the sand zone. Is it clear, or Lloyd, or?
Yeah, that's clear. That's clear.
Perfect. Then we comes to the other two. Again, my company suggests to use 10 nautical miles from the runway to start the configuration in terms of flaps and speed. And then we use 4 nautical miles if we have VMC condition, or 5 nautical miles if we have IMC condition. 10 nautical miles ring. I said this, I know, so many times, but it is very, very useful. You can apply that to all your kind of approaches in your life. That will help you a lot. 10 nautical miles, 3, 2, 1 rule. 10 nautical miles, more or less 3,000 feet from the ground. So 3,000 feet on the ground. 2, 200 knots or less, unless of course you have particular order from ATC, but usually at 10 nautical miles, the only thing that ATC can says is slow down. Will not say increase to 40 at 10 nautical miles. So 3 is 3,000, more or less 3,000 feet above the ground. 2 stand for 200 knots or less, and 1 means flaps 1 or more out. This is the importance of the 10 nautical miles ring from the landing runway. Then we comes to the other ring, 4 in VMC condition, 5 in IMC condition. That is for the final configuration, so to call for gear down. I know that lots of companies do it at 7, 8, 9, whatever you want. My company apply the so-called low drag approach philosophy. So we use 5 nautical miles in IMC condition and 4 nautical miles in VMC condition to call for gear down. So latest by that point. You can do it before if you have strong tailwind, if you have a little bit of energy, like if you are coming too fast or something similar. But latest by that point, 5 nautical miles in IMC and 4 in VMC, you will call for gear down, flap 15, and landing checklist. That's the answer, Lloyd.
Right. Thank you very much for the explanation. I really appreciate it.
Pleasure.
We've got tower on.
I'm back.
We have tower on.
Oh, lovely. That is awesome. So we'll have to check that ATIS later. Okay. Oh, my guess was correct so far. Yes, Lloyd.
Nico, I didn't know that what you call the little nav map, it shows live traffic.
Yeah, it does. You must just switch it on. It's just an option.
All right, okay. Because I can see there's a guy on my left, and I was wondering what it is. Because I could see this. The icon is moving. Let me share my
other
my
traffic.
screen.
There it says other traffic. It's got quite a few nice things that you can actually enable. Oh, there's also got a scale. Wow. Hold on. Let me get there.
All right, okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, there he is. Yeah.
Very nice.
And he's actually showing on my PFD as well. Like he's there.
Yeah, you mean your ND?
On my yeah.
Yeah. Got it.
That's amazing. Because this guy, when I took off, he didn't. Well, suppose he's flying a different airline. He didn't keep the 3 minutes.
got him there
Nico,
on IVAO. Yes.
any other question coming?
Not that I know of, no.
Okay.
That's an A320.
Yeah, it's about 12 minutes separation.
Sasso, another question. Sorry,
Yeah.
I've got so many questions. Right, let's say ATC, you're descending, and ATC says, I want you to be at this waypoint by this level. What action do you take? Do you use level change, or what procedure do you do in terms of like you're descending?
Okay. First thing, you check in your legs page if you have that point in your route. So I don't know now. I'm looking at your streaming there. I don't know what is your waypoint. If you go in the legs page, then you have the first waypoint basically in 12 nautical miles, which is coming, and then the other one, 3740N, which is the second one at 486 nautical miles. Now
That's
ATC
correct, yeah.
will call you and says, Skymatix 53, please 3740 November, I want you to be at level 270. Okay. So to do that, you just type slash, so just type with me, slash 270, which is the level, and then right select yes, there. Now if you execute, then VNav is gonna suggest the top of the send to respect that restriction. That is.
Ah, right, okay, right. Oh, thank you very much.
Pleasure. So on the left side, remember this way, on the left side of the legs page, by changing that things, you change your horizontal route. By changing on the right, you can change either your speed or your altitude, so your vertical profile.
Ah, right, okay, right.
That's it.
Oh, thank you for that.
Pleasure. There is a new terrain radar. Did you see it? 1.25.
Yes, we distributed the news this morning, and lots of guys have got it. Sasso, are you not on the Facebook page, on the Zibo Pilots page?
I have no clue, but if it's Facebook, I think the last time I went into Facebook was a month ago, so I'm not really using it.
Okay, because that's our Facebook page, okay?
Oh, okay, yeah.
That's where this Discord comes from. That's the point of contact, and all the announcements and stuff usually goes there. I don't do that many announcements here, you know.
Perfect.
So
no, but actually I have the email coming in. So all the plugin that I downloaded from the org, I activate the email. So every time there is an update. In fact, I received the email yesterday saying 125 terrain radar is out. So it was quite handy. Yes, I would join that group, but I'm just not using Facebook at all, basically.
Lots of guys are in that position, but I mean, it is a special interest group just for us, you know. So
Yeah, absolutely. Nico, is this the last one? Of course, what is 4610?
Yeah, latest, yes.
Okay. Can you check that side by side thing?
I did
with the fuel flow.
I was just talking to another guy called John here on Messenger about the same thing. That's why it is on that page. So if you go to side by side, you see it is now implemented as per the real thing. Even fuel used, you can't see it.
Okay.
You have
Perfect.
to go to the lower DU to see fuel used and
Perfect.
fuel flow
That's what I
over
wanna
there.
see. Yeah.
Yeah, no, Zibo
Wonderful.
did exactly as it should be done.
Okay. Superb.
I still can't get over the fact that over under is side by side. I mean
It's wrong way.
that logic is the wrong way around. Zibo, if you're listening, I must actually talk to him about it, because that to me is just, it's the incorrect logic. It's inverted. Side by side, that's over under. That's side by side. Unless the kindergarten teacher taught me incorrectly when I was 4 years old, you know.
Nico, now that we are on that page, I saw also track up and ending up, and I remember another easy
Yes.
question that came regarding the difference between track and heading. In the navigation display, you can see there on the top 096, and left to it there is track up. It was track before, I promise you.
I changed it. I've just changed it back. Hold on 8 seconds.
I know. I know.
I was taking a sip of coffee and I pressed the button. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So track is Tango Romeo Kilo. This is by default in the Boeing. I mean, I never saw a Boeing with the heading up in the navigation display map mode. But anyway, the track is, I don't know how to explain in English, but is this how can I say? Is a straight line between A and B. Okay, that's your track. The heading is the noise pointing compared with the wind to keep your aircraft on the track you built before. I think this is the best way I can say. Sorry for my English, but
The nose,
I'm trying to translate.
Yes.
So the track is the one you see on top there. Tango Romeo Kilo 096. And now, Nico, if you match the heading bug with the heading pointing with the small white triangle over there, then we can see that because we have a certain amount of wind, to maintain a track of 096, we need an heading of what is on the heading bug there in the MCP? 099?
096, and on the MCP it's 099, yes.
There we go. So 3 degrees of the so-called wind correction angle.
Yeah.
Now, if Nico is so generous to go in progress page 2.
Progress page 2? Where? What do you mean?
Progress page 2, in the FMC.
Progress page 2.
So we said 096 is our track, and to maintain that track, we need an heading of 099. So again, common sense and a bit of maths. 096 is the track. 099 is my noise pointing. Well, that means to me that I have someone pushing me from the right to the left. In other words, the wind is coming from the right. 3 degrees of wind correction angle at this altitude means nothing. We are talking about, I don't know, 3 to 4 knots of crosswind. But still, this is the reason of the difference between track and heading. The greater the crosswind, the greater the difference between track and heading, of course.
Correct.
In fact, now, as you can see there in the progress page 2, top right, crosswind, right 28 knots. To correct for that wind, okay, that is the, imagine the wind as a vector, and then you create the 2 components, tailwind or headwind, left or right. That is the component coming from the right. To correct for that component, we need those 3 degrees of heading compared with 096. That's all it is. So especially on a circle to land, to build the circle to land properly, and this is one of the common weak areas, so even for real pilot, you need to fly track. You don't need to fly heading. Because if you consider that as an heading and you don't put any correction and you have a strong tailwind, maybe you're gonna be lucky if you have 5 knots of crosswind, maybe 8 knots of crosswind. It's not make a huge difference. But if you start to have 50 knots crosswind and you don't correct to maintain your track, then mate, this is not gonna work. That's the importance. Track on top of the navigation display, heading to maintain that track fighting against the wind. The greater the crosswind, the greater the correction to be applied.
And for those of you that do not know, that little white triangle there, that is your aircraft nose. That is what Sasso was talking about. That's the aircraft nose. So currently you can actually see it is pointing slightly to the right. If we do a flyby, you might not see it because it's not that much. Yeah, if it's got a huge crosswind, press shift and number 2, and then you'll see that crab motion that it gets.
The biggest lesson you'll learn is when you fly visual flight rules.
There we go.
Comes into
exactly what I was saying.
Yeah,
Uncle John, exactly what I was about to say. One of the check that we have to do sometimes in the simulator is the raw data ILS in a crosswind situation. Raw data means that you are gonna fly the ILS looking at the ILS information with no flight director, no autopilot, no autothrottle. Okay, so to fly a good raw data ILS, the first thing is small correction and then anticipate. And to anticipate, it means that if I have wind from the left or if I have wind from the right, it doesn't matter. If I want a track of 284, which is for instance the runway QFU in Bergamo, runway 28 is runway QFU 284, then I will need to have in the track in the navigation display 284. Then I see maybe the localizer going a little bit to the left. Okay, so I can correct. Let's put track 281. The localizer is coming back. Let's go back. Track 284. Then the localizer is going again to the right. Okay, let's increase now. Track 286 maybe. That's all the game it is. You don't even look at the heading. You look at your track because you need to maintain the track down to reach the runway. That is very important during aerodata because you have no flight director to help you, to guide you in terms of correction.
I think Krista had a question.
Yeah, Carl's busy chatting with him there.
Well, on this subject, Sasso, do you ever have ATC tell you to maintain current track or maintain current course?
No,
because
always says keep this heading.
Right. Okay. So if they say keep this heading, you would, if Nico was told now, and his magenta line was meant to be going off to the right now.
Yeah.
So he's been told to maintain 096.
No. He's told to maintain the heading. That's the importance of matching always heading bag with the current heading. Also, because if we have a complete failure of the FMC, the navigation display, guys, is gonna say bye-bye in terms of no magenta line. Hello, children of magenta. It's easy. I mean, complete failure, you lose the magenta line. Or maybe the magenta starts to draw arts and, I don't know, whatever is going to happen. But anyway, that is not doing something sensible. Okay, at least press immediately heading select. Sometimes ATC says to us, Skymatix 5, maintain present heading view traffic. Or Skymatix 5, right 10 degrees view traffic. The 10 degrees are not calculated from the track, but are calculated from the heading. So I don't do, now is track 097, I don't do 107, but I do track, which is, I don't know because I can't see the MCP, Nico, what we have. So match the heading bug and then add 10 degrees to that.
I see. So if you always have your heading bug on the nose of the aircraft, you can always continue your present heading.
Absolutely. And this
without
is actually one of the rule of my company. Every time match the heading bug with the heading on the navigation display, which is the nose of the aircraft.
Excellent.
Correct. As Carl said, in case if ATC needs, we'll say it was Skymatix 5, report your heading. And then you would say 09, I don't know, whatever, 099 at the moment. And then ATC will say, okay, your traffic further 5 degrees to the left. Easy. But then when you do the 5 degrees, you don't go to 102, but you do 099, which is your current heading, plus 5. Because the selector in the MCP is not track, but is heading selector. If he was track selector, maybe he was going, we can select there 097 or I don't know what, 102, and then he would automatically compensate for the changing width. But he's an heading selector, he's not a track selector.
Yeah,
another
excellent.
thing is the course, because if you look at the course at the end is a track. Now I don't want to say a kind of stupid thing, but if you think about the idea behind the radial, which is the course, the radial from a VOR is at the end a track outbound from the VOR. So if I maintain a course 297, the heading is not gonna be 297, it's gonna be 297 plus or minus the wind correction angle. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know, but you know what's happening now is now we are introducing real world stuff to the flight simmers that they've never
That's
heard
why I
of.
want to stop.
Yeah, they've never heard of this, and it's not going to make sense. It doesn't have the same value it
No,
will have to
exactly.
us, that understand these things.
Keep it easy.
Yeah,
Track in the navigation display, adding to correct for the wind correction, sorry, for the crosswind then, to maintain the track.
Nico?
yeah, hold on a second. Let me just type here. Check my spelling.
One of the problems we've got, Nico, with regards to what you just said,
Yeah,
is the Zibo is now becoming so realistic. It is so easy to cross over to real world.
it is very easy. It's very easy, and that is why we do the training we do here. I just think in terms of a general purpose stream, it might not be the right place. If we start our training academy that we're talking about, we're going to lead into this. You're going to get, the foundation right, because right now we're basically putting up, the roof and the walls are not really dry yet.
There are going to be guys that will appreciate going down the real world route.
Of course. Of course. All I'm saying is, in general, what we're talking about now means it's less than nothing to flight simulators.
Of course.
I agree.
Yeah. Okay,
I
Lloyd.
do remember.
Sorry, Paul.
Sorry. No, I do remember starting to realise that what the effect of crosswinds was having, and thinking about the more complicated situations actually made the routine stuff seem a lot easier.
Yes.
If you know what I mean.
Absolutely. The beginning of the type rating in the 737 is you are ready there. Okay, I have flight director, I have a pilot, it's gonna be easy. Instructor, hello, welcome. Today we're gonna fly manual flight, raw data, no flight director, no auto throttle, no autopilot. But this is what will make the difference between survive or die if you have a complete failure.
Of course.
Pitch and attitude. All the aircraft, pitch and power. Pitch, power, attitude equal flying. From the Cessna up to the Airbus 380. That's it. If I have a failure, if I have a problem, 60 tons of Boeing 737, more or less 57%, more or less 60% of N1, and more or less 6 degrees nose up, is gonna maintain more or less a straight level flight. Don't come back to say to me, oh, sorry, he's climbing 100 feet a minute. I know, by saving your life is maintaining the aircraft in a safe envelope while you are dealing with the emergency. That's all it is about. Live or die. I mean, that's all.
Prefer to live.
Exactly, me too.
Oh, yes.
And is also for the approach. Flaps 30, 60 tons, 57% N1, 2 degrees more or less, between 1 and 2.5 degrees nose up. These will maintain you on a 3 degrees glide path. Then of course you can make small changes, but that is your reference. Flaps 40, 63% nose 1 and 0 to 2 degrees nose up. These will maintain you on a 3 degrees glide slope. In fact, every time I disengage the autopilot, when I'm on a Cat 1 for example, I don't start to go crazy, I just set my reference. Wait, what's going on? What the aircraft is telling me? You need more thrust, you need less thrust, you need more pitch it down. But it's all small correction. And it's always this process of thinking that you have to have in your mind.
Right. I've got a question I wanted to ask Sasso, if you can check on my stream.
Coming. Yes.
Right. I've got the PFD, right, and the ISFD. So I wanted to make sure, are these meant to correspond the speed here on the speed tape and the one here?
Nope, because there you are looking at the how can I say, is less precise.
Less precise, right? Okay.
Yes, exactly. Also because on the left one you have the correspondent in Mach, and you do not have that thing there in the standby one. Now a difference of what is 14 knots sounds interesting, but I need to double check this. 14 knots, it doesn't sound to me quite crazy as a number. But maybe it should be less than 14 knots. I don't know in terms of wind. No, it's okay, the wind. I need to double check because 281 compared with 270 in terms of indicated airspeed. I need to look at one thing. Give me 1 second.
No problem. Oh, Nico, the question I wanted to ask you was on the ND. In reference to, if you see here on the knob, it's on the 80 marker. Is it one meant to be displaying here, or is?
Hold on, let me get to your stream. Let me get to your stream.
All right, okay.
Say again. Okay, show me. I'm there.
Right, on my ND,
Yeah.
it's displaying 40.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's on 80. Is it meant to be that, or?
Yes, because the outer rim where you've got your nose indicator and that magenta bar, that's the 80, and 40 is half.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so okay, that's right.
So, here the reading regarding the integrated standby flight display, the ISFD.
Yes, yep.
This is the definition by FCOM, so by the actual manual. The integrated standby flight display displays attitude, airspeed, altitude, localizer glide slope deviation, and magnetic heading information. Airspeed and altitude are computed from pneumatic pressure data provided by direct connections to the auxiliary pitot and alternate static sources. So here the answer. The difference between the standby and the ADI is that the ADI is computing all this kind of information into the air data computer, so is like how can I say, is correcting them for pressure, temperature, all the kind of error that you can have. Instead, the reading that you are having on the standby one is a pure reading from is a pneumatic reading from the actual pitot and alternate static system. In fact, I remember now in the real aircraft, looking at the altitude, we can see up to 200 feet of difference compared with the PFD.
Oh, right, okay.
So that's the reason why you have this kind of difference at this altitude. The higher the altitude, the higher would be the difference.
All right, cool, thank you.
Pleasure. Anyway, I hope you are enjoying the flight. It's time for me to go. Nothing. I will talk with you later or tomorrow.
Thank you for everything, Sasso.
Thank you, Sasso.
Thank you so much for
Yeah, brilliant.
For the help. Thank you very much.
Pleasure, as always. Wonderful time, and I will talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Ciao.
Thank you,
Bye.
sir.
Bye.
Bless him.
Uncle John, did you say tower is on?
Say again?
Did you say there is a tower on arrival?
There
The
were
what?
one.
I'll have another look.
Yeah, there was one.
No, he's gone at the moment, I think.
He might have gone off for a coffee and come back because he knows how far out we are.
All right. Okay. Fair enough. I'm gonna make myself a cup of coffee.
I made a little bit of ground, Paul.
Sorry, John?
I've made a little bit of ground.
Oh, you're pulling away slightly. I did have a look at you 20 minutes ago. Let's have a look.
I'm about 3 minutes in front, I think, at the moment.
Let's have a look. Got you about 35 miles.
Yeah, 4 minutes. About 4 minutes in front.
Lovely.
Web eyes showing 4 arrival times for 4 aircraft landing over a space of 18 minutes.
Excellent.
Yeah. And you're still doing a couple of knots quicker, so that's okay.
Yeah, I'll slow down in a bit, Paul.
No, that's grand. You're ahead. Keep going.
I went
Keep
on a
going,
cost. I put my cost index up to 60.
Paul,
I bet you did.
Let's go for 70.
What about a pincer movement? We'll outflank him.
I'll take the right-hand side. You can take the left.
Behave yourselves, both of you.
I've actually just put myself a custom waypoint in before the VOR so that turn isn't as harsh. So that'll stretch the distance between us, John, a little bit.
Nico, would you do me a big favour, bud?
Yeah.
Can I put a manual PIREP in for this?
Of course.
Thank you. I thought I'd set it up, but clearly I haven't.
No worries. You're welcome. Well, just under 2 hours to go according to my watch here.
You're not far out. Nice short little trip, isn't it?
Yeah. I think this is the longest one thus far in this tour. You know, the other one was 3 hours. We have had 2 at 3 hours already, but this is like 4 hours, I think.
Well, we thought you needed some company.
I do appreciate it, Uncle John. You have no idea how much. Thank you for everybody watching, and you know, I hope you guys have got snacks and something to drink, and you know, something to keep you busy. You guys are welcome to chat with here on stream. I mean, don't be shy. Just you know, keep it semi on topic, and you know, we can have a nice chat. I've had another cup of coffee, and it's still not finished. So I'm grateful, thankful for that.
Just don't talk about FS2 2020 or Airbuses, please.
P3D?
I think we need to do the next leg with the NGXU in P3D. The cat stole his tongue now. He's completely silent. Thank you, Uncle John.
I wasn't prepared to bite.
Okay, all right. You're right. You have the right to remain silent, sir.
Chewing on
And I will take that then.
I think P3D is extinct.
No, it's not. It's not. No, P3D is a great sim and it's going places. But it was never meant for us. And people forget that fact. It is built by a defense contractor for professional use, not home entertainment. We made it home entertainment, all of us did. You know, but technically and legally speaking, it wasn't meant for us anyway. You know, so they have got a multi-million-dollar business running on that thing. They're not going to let that slip away. But you're typically talking defense contracts and things. You're not talking guys like us.
If I don't mention the A word, can we talk about flying whales?
Whales? Oh my goodness.
Beluga to you, sir.
Anybody any thoughts about the impending release?
That's not what... Mac, who makes them?
It's the A word. We don't mention the A word
We
here.
don't use the A word.
No, exactly. That's why I'm talking about flying whales.
It's a beautiful country. If you want to talk about that, no problem.
Do you want me to go back to bed, John?
Negative. Always pleased to see and hear you, Mac. And of course, as long as you don't start bringing the A word in.
You'll notice that I woke up halfway through, so I just listened and digested all that SATO information, etc.
Perfect.
So Nico, so according to our approach on the chats, referring to chat VOR Yankee runway 36, 13.3, how do we know it's a precision or non-precision according to the information at the bottom of the chart?
If you use the CDFA section, you'll see it's DA. That's the precision side. MDA is non-precision. You understand? So we're going to use the left-hand side with the DA. We don't use that
with the DA.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Now, right. My question is, because I remember Sasso, he was explaining to say, Cat 1, Cat 2, and ILS usually that's for the DA, and the non-precision, that's the one you use for the MDA.
Correct. Okay. Now, let's take it one step further. Okay. In the Zibo, and Sasso's carrier doesn't have aircraft fitted with EN. We have aircraft fitted with EN. Okay, the Zibo. If you go into the EFB, the first option in your settings, you go to page 7, you can switch EN on. So we don't have to fly this as a VOR approach. We can actually use Ian, and it will then create a Cat1 ILS for us, okay, which is precision compared to a VOR, okay. Now, if in doubt, okay, don't split hairs. Don't worry about splitting hairs. If you are in doubt, add your 40 feet if it makes you feel better. Nobody, it's not about right and wrong. Nobody can laugh at you. The guy who laughs at you don't probably knows less than you. You understand? So if you look at a VOR approach, this is not a precision approach. You are correct. So add your 40 feet. But if you're going to use Ian, if Ian is available for us, and I think it will be, because just that's by design. So, all right, you're going to have a precision approach compared to a non-precision approach, or a more precision approach compared to a less precision approach. You know, however you want to split your hair, up to you.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Fine. Fair enough. Thanks for the explanation. It's clear now, because I was just busy sitting here, like, debating with my mind to say, oh, so what's going on?
My comment to Sasa at that point in time was MDA for me. That's non-precision. DA is precision. That's all. That's how I see it on the charts.
All right. Okay. So you said page 7 in the EFD. That's where there's a EN.
Yeah,
EFB,
let me show
right?
you. Look at my stream. Look at my stream. So you go to your configure, display invariants. That's your first option in your settings, and you go right to the back. This is something Zibo added for us yesterday. Okay. There you go. Ian is installed, yes.
Ah, blimey. I haven't updated, so I haven't got that.
No, it's if you haven't updated, it's still built in. What happened was it's still built into version 9, so you will have your Ian by default. But what happened was, I think it was Tuesday, we decided to actually make it more realistic and split it. And then Zibo started to engineer the whole system to have an aircraft with it or without it. And then he had to go into the nitty-gritty and, take out and change and manipulate all the code to actually give us two different aircraft. So by switching it on and off, you literally get two different systems.
All right. Okay, I'm with you.
I'll show you. Guys, I'm just going to drag this on the screen to answer this question. I'm just dragging Discord on here quickly. Okay, so Manfred, this is how they stream. It's a private thing we have here. That is Discord. This is Discord. This is our Discord server where we operate in. All right, and basically what happens is there's Lloyd, he's streaming, he's live, and Uncle John is live. So to join one of their streams, that's Lloyd. I just click on watch. That's what Sasso did for us earlier as well. So it's got nothing to do with my bandwidth. The only time my bandwidth come into play is when I actually join the stream. So now I'm watching him live, and if I go to Uncle John, there's Uncle John's system, I'm watching him live. But as long as I don't watch the stream, it doesn't affect my bandwidth, and their individual bandwidth also doesn't affect each other. It's only when you start watching them, or what I can actually do is I can dual stream here. So I can go live here in Discord. There you see, now I'm live as well. There's my stream. You see, there's my stream. So the guys can now watch it live there instead of watching it on YouTube. But that's not a good idea because that definitely interferes with my bandwidth. So that is the way we do it. Now, when we do our development and stuff, we've got our own rooms here. That's hidden. It's only with special privilege you can see here. So what we do is we typically sit here and then stream to each other while the development happens, and we do all the things, all hidden here. But it's all behind the scenes.
Top secret.
Yeah. Yeah, South Africa as a country and certain ISPs were very lucky to actually have a DDoS attack for a few days now. So that has created a bit of a problem. We had Google issues and YouTube issues and all kinds of things. I'm actually really happy that it's not affecting the stream. Thank you, Carl, for all the extra information. I didn't think of touching that side of the subject, but that's actually awesome. Thank you so much.
I still have about 700 nautical miles to top of decent. It's got a long way to go.
Yeah, that's what I agree with you. We block and stop and do all kinds of things to keep safe as well. Sometimes we unfortunately block the wrong people too, but we soon find out and rectify that problem. Yeah, we also run a small Linux-based utility called fail to ban. And if you input the password more than 3 times, your IP gets blocked. And if you look at the rate at which the attackers actually come at those servers, they block themselves in a split second. Not even 1 second, they blocked. Gone. Many ways of doing it. That's just one. We also employ blanket blocks on different countries. I won't mention any names, in fear of some weasel crying. But there are certain countries, that are prone and known as hacking countries. We just block all of them. You're fishing. But it's a good attempt.
Good morning, all.
Hello.
Amtrak 35 is going to fly the gander.
Excellent.
How are we doing, George?
No, that's Mike.
Mike, I do apologise. It was George.
We are outbound from Bermuda.
On a short little trip.
Warmer in Bermuda than it is in Baltimore.
Wow. Gee, I'm sitting here looking at the new info Zibo's just given me. This is mind blowing. You guys, the depth of the simulation is just getting more and more and more. Wow.
Are you married? My friend.
Oh, Linda,
I just want to know.
again. Absolutely, Cole. You know, I've known him now for a long time, and I tell you, every time we speak, man, it's just the amount of knowledge he has is it's mind blowing. Yes, Krister, it's coming. Exactly, Cole. Exactly. Exactly. I hear you, mate. I hear you. I don't doubt that for a moment. Um, absolutely, absolutely a good dude. No ATC yet?
Nope. Nico, have you noticed that there's a difference the way the charter displays on the EFB, the Navigraph charts, than on the actual Navigraph app?
No, let's see. No, I didn't even check it.
Because on my EFB, I've got VSM1 and VSM2, but on the if I go on my tablet or the laptop app, it's not showing VSM2, I think.
I think, Lloyd, what you do have are the two different lines on your VOR Yankee chart that show the tracks for different category aircraft. I think that might be what the difference is.
Yeah, that's the only difference. VSM1 is the wide one, the bigger teardrop, and VSM2 is the smaller one. That's the only difference.
But I'm saying if I'm using Chat Desktop,
Yeah.
I'm not getting the VSM2, the other one with
I
the tighter
know.
loop.
I know. I get the same.
Oh, you get the same as well. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's exactly chart 13-3, but this one contains the smaller loop as well, where the other one doesn't. Can I quickly do this? Let's quickly put this on screen. Okay. If you go to your settings and you change it from airline ICAO to standard IFR and maybe reload it, because it might be that it's connected to that setting. Let's quickly go to maybe I'm gonna have to log out and log back in to get it going, but I'm thinking it's the setting. We are running on airline ICAO stuff, okay? An airline cannot fly that smaller loop. You understand what I'm
All
saying
right.
to you?
Right. Yeah. Yep.
The other one, that's for a prop job. It's a small aircraft, the smaller loop. Sorry, let me go back to the EFB to show you that one. That smaller loop is for a prop job. This is for the Boeing. This one, you see there, it says there Cat C and D. And the other one is A and B. You see there, clearly it's marked.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Now in the EFB, you can't set the setting for ICAO airline versus IFR. Hello, Mako. Sorry, I missed your hello there. Thank you for joining us. Hello.
Out of interest, Nico, I've got Navigraph up and I've seen both Cat A and Cat B.
Again, your setting. What is your setting set to? What type of chart?
Just checking now.
Because then the only other thing it can be is there's a different inversion.
Standard IFR.
Exactly. Now, if you change it, log out, log back in, come back, you'll have the same as us. Because it's two different sets of charts.
All right. Okay. Thank you for that.
Certain whether you have to sign out, it's just you have to change it on the open account settings page, isn't it?
Well, I changed it and it didn't change for me while I'm running.
Remember how Navigraph works. As soon as you look at a chart, it downloads it into a temp holding. That's why when they amended the airport cartoon the other day, because I was already there, I was only getting the temp downloaded data. It took 30 minutes for me to update.
Okay, all right. Well, that then is kind of the answer for me. It's just we're using different settings, different sets of charts.
Yeah.
.543 nautical miles for top of descent, gentlemen.
Oh, so we're nearly there.
Yep.
Yeah, Navigraph caches data in Tempo or somewhere.
Okay.
This fuel's getting cold. I've just noticed.
The fuel?
Must be chilly up here.
Yeah.
He hasn't got his winter warm socks on.
Yeah, I need some socks. Some of those nice ones you brought me, Uncle John.
You like them, do you?
Yeah.
You'll appreciate them in the winter.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah, I've got minus 20, minus 30.
Yeah, minus 29 it seems. So, what is the temperature here? Let's have a look. See, we're currently sitting minus 55.
Minus 27.
Yeah, that's your TAT temperature. Your SAT is minus 55.
Gotcha.
Sentinel, good evening.
So I take it Mark is not doing the IVAO tours.
Why?
I don't know. Is he doing it, or maybe he's doing it at a different time? I don't know.
No, I'm not flying the World Tour.
He says it doesn't excite him. He's got other things that make him way more excited.
All right, okay.
He's our #1 tech man.
And Osprey consultant.
Yeah, that as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, the season's starting to ramp up on my bird front, yes. I'm still trying to find the FCOM for how the Osprey's flight navigation system works.
You'll work it out, Mac. You always do.
Well, I think I can definitely tell you that there's now enough sightings to confirm there must be at least 3 Osprey back in the UK.
Okay.
You haven't rebooted your machine yet, have you?
Nope.
No. I haven't uninstalled it yet. I was looking at it just now.
So I just double checked.
Sent you a messenger message, Paul.
Bing!
Hello, Jean. Welcome.
Content unavailable, Mac.
I had a feeling it might be. It's alright, it was some photos of ospreys. I'm trying to work out exactly where it was taken. But there's actually 5 ospreys in that picture, stood in water catching food.
Yes, guys, I want to add what Krister is saying there. If you guys can contribute, please, please, please go check it out on Discord. Send him all the information so we can make a nice big Zibo album there, please, guys. And I will also appreciate it. I think it would be nice. Zibo hasn't seen it himself, so at some point in time, when we've put a whole bunch of things together, I want to also give Zibo a link to have a look. Old pictures, nice stories, send them all, please, guys. And Jean, I hope for your sake you get a few of those legs in. That'll be cool. You know, if you're not working, you gotta use it. Yeah, by us it's almost 8 p.m, so there's no ways I'm still gonna think about working. Excellent, Krister. Sounds good, Krister.
Nico, so what happens if you, let's say, suppose if I crash right now, my sim crashes, like I'm almost like, halfway through. Does it mean I'll have to redo the flight again, or?
You've got 20 minutes to recover, right? So what I would suggest is, if you go look at my screen, save a flight
Right.
for you.
Yep.
Save a flight right here. Okay, that's your save flight. So if it crashes, if you can restore that flight, come to load flight, it will put you right back here. If you can do it within 20 minutes, all you do is you write in your Pirate, listen, I crashed out, I restarted my flight from the point where it stopped, because they can see it in the tracker. They'll see it's the same point, and I mean, you've got 20 minutes downtime legally. So if you can get going back in 20 minutes, I don't think it's a problem.
Lovely. Thank you.
Still, and then there's of course the situation of ATC and IVAO and all those things. Man, I can't wait to get you here. Guys, I'm back. Sorry, I had something to attend to quickly. Steel, I see you had a big move. Well, I hope it's nearly done. Hallo Damper, goeienaand, welkom. No, Gene, I didn't do any tops for this flight. I don't think you can really. This is a 4-hour flight, and the tops, yeah, you might have one closer this side, I suppose. No, forget it. It's we're not gonna worry about that right now. Autocorrect, yeah. Still, the changes were not that bad. It's all automated stuff. The real big things. I mean, I sat in the same room there with Zibo and Sasso, and we were discussing it and going on for hours and hours. Sasso just took it to the next level there. You know, those kind of things, like he even said in one of his comments here, is even real pilots might not notice the difference. We're really going down to the wire here. You know, it's very technical, very detailed. A lot of the stuff happens behind the scenes. Simmers will never see the difference. A real pilot might see it, you know. And the whole story behind the story is it's always been Zibo's dream to make the most realistic 737 in any sim, you know. And I'm telling you, when I sit here and I watch these guys operate, it's like, yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. This is next level stuff, man. While they're working on Ian and all these things and switching things on and off and displays. I mean, like this one, for instance, right? You see there, you've got fuel flow, right? It's only when you have this kind of fuel display that is there, you know, and if you change the fuel display, it will disappear. And this is the kind of stuff that the detail, oops, now I go to the wrong place, the detail that flight simmers don't know about. Look there, it's gone. You see, you can't see fuel used, nothing. If you in the configuration set currently chosen, the only way for you to see your fuel flow and fuel used is on the lower DU down there. You see, it's popped up now. See, there it is. You know, if you want fuel used, you have to go and select it. While you have this kind of display, it didn't exist in that generation of aircraft. It wasn't there, you know, and this is the typical kind of detail. I've had guys contact me already. Hey, what happened to it? Where is it? And it's about getting this aircraft more real. Every update is just more real. It's just mind blowing, you know. And then not to mention this FMA over here. When you have Ian, it looks one way. When you don't have Ian, it looks a different way. And the detail that Zibo is going into right now, it's mind blowing, man. It humbles me when I sit and I watch and check these things happen.
Yeah, it amazes me how realistic this aircraft is. Nothing like it out there.
Yeah, no, this is serious stuff. And then if you look at this flight log here, I want to see how it compares to the IVAO flight tracker now, because I mean, for us flying these tours with IVAO, this is a godsend, you know, having this thing to actually give you actual values. Then we don't have to worry about the tracker in IVAO, you know, and checking all these things he's built in here. It's just amazing, man. You don't really need training flights for this. Coming back to your original comment, lots of it is intuitive, you know, and if you just go to the right button, you can still find the correct values. What is this thing called? LPAZ. LPAZ. So you can still do your weather calls and everything. It's all intuitive. Just read through it. I've noticed a few guys on Facebook, they're very hesitant. They don't just want to click buttons, but there's nothing you can really break by just clicking the buttons. You know, go explore. There you go. There's your not eight, is your meter basically. So at least you know what's potting.
Nico?
Yes, sir.
When you finish playing around with your FMC, can I ask you to pop up the LDU, the system
That one.
display? No, the LDU.
Well, that's the lower display unit.
Right, maybe I'm behind. I'm still waiting to catch up. Oh, that's it. Okay. I was just looking to see what the hydraulic quantities were. That's all. Interesting. Thank you.
Okay. Let me show you another one. Check that button. See that button over there? Check, it's gone. Check this level of detail. Now it's back. See, different systems. This aircraft is literally becoming multiple aircrafts in one, depending on just the correct setting. So if carrier A wants this setting, he uses it, it will simulate his aircraft. If carrier B wants something else, he presses the different button, make the different selection, and he's got it. And it's all in one aircraft. It's all about setting the EFB up, you know, according to what your aircraft has in the real world or not.
Or if you were obsessive, it could be an actual aircraft belonging to Southwest Airlines from 1998 or something.
Yes. Yes.
Just imagine if Zibo became payware and on what options you select as to how much the aircraft cost.
Yeah, Ian is extra $10. Thank you very much. If you want Ian compatibility or capabilities. If you want an ILS, it's $5. But Ian is 10. And it will include the ILS for you. But wait, there's more. If you want landing gear, it's another $20.
Not $20.
Yeah, but we assure you, your landings will be much better if you spend the extra $20. The rubber makes a difference. Hello, Amar.
Go back to sleep, folks.
You brought a nice bit of comedy to the situation. Thanks, Mac.
I wonder what's happened out there. I've got 2 paramedics on blues.
Huh?
I said, I wonder what's happened outside.
Oh, you mean at your house?
Yeah, at my house here, the 2 paramedics on blues.
Huh?
There's just a house across my house. I don't know what's happening. Nico, can you go to your AOC, you know, the flight log? I just want to check the flights. You see the flight times on blocks, what it reads.
So you want the second-hand market as well now? That's cool. Here you go.
1804. So you see that time? You see flight times on block 1805. Actually shows you the time to your PC.
That is it. Yeah, it's your current time. The other times only come and display after landing and closing down. So you have to wait a wee while. That's UTC time. Zulu time.
Zulu. Right.
Yeah, 1805. So I forgot to click my actual clock at the right time, so I lost 10 or 20 minutes here. But that's about as close as we can get right now to what you're asking.
Oh yes, yeah.
Amar Ian stands for Integrated Avionics Navigation, I think, if my memory serves correctly. If you stand by, I'm going to tell you what you need to read. Hold on, just need to find that. Oh, you know what? It's not avionics, it's integrated approach navigation. My bad. Integrated approach navigation. I'm going to give you a link that you can go and read about it now. And then I'll give you a quick summary. So you don't have to read immediately. You can just listen. I'll give you a quick summary. So what happens is... Ooh, now I can't share this. Why not? Hold on. Hold on. It's complaining. Come on. Okay, see? Alright, I hope that works for you guys. Okay, so what happens is when you want to fly LNAV, VNAV approach, VOR approach, NDB approach, all these things, you have one of two options. You can either fly it as you were taught in the beginning of your flight career, you know, just do it standard, or if your aircraft is fitted with the EN capabilities, it's an additional add-on. Not all the carriers have it. Ryanair, for instance, doesn't have it installed at all. Okay, but let's say you now fly for a carrier that does have EN. They opted to buy into this. What basically happens is it will take your LNAV, VNAV, your VOR, and your NDB approaches, and it will turn them into Cat1 ILS for you. It literally turns them into Cat1 ILS. If it allows me to fly it as Ian, when we get to our approach, I'll show you. So stick around, okay? I'll show you. It literally turns them into ILS. Now, there are 18 different approach types that all get transferred or transformed into this ENILS simulation. So it's the thing of the future. It makes training easier. It makes getting type ratings easier and so on. Because instead of now teaching somebody 18 different ways to do an approach, you teach him EN, which is one single one, and the computer does all the other things for you. So that's in a nutshell, but go read that page. That's going to give you much, much more information than I've just given you. Amara, and if you want to see it in action, just go watch the video on my YouTube channel. I made a Ian video, I made a GLS and a WAS or EGNOS video. So you can just go and have a look there, see how it works. Because let me give you an example, for instance, right? If we look at the chart where we're going to now, there's the chart. It tells us we need to intercept our glide slope at 1,500 feet, right? Now, if you do an ordinary VOR or LNAV, VNAV approach, you can't have 1,500 on your MCP as your altitude, because what will happen is the aircraft will stop at 1,500. But when you have it as an Ian approach, you can actually press the approach button, just like ILS. It will bust the altitude and go down automatically, just like ILS. Exactly, Chris. They're so much easier. Yeah, I love Ian.
And you killed him a few months ago. It sounded very disturbing at the time. You said, I need to kill Ian now, I think you said.
I remember something like that. Yeah. Well, I did. In my stupidity initially, I couldn't figure it out, and then Zibo had to teach me how to use it anyway. So I did kill Ian a few times, just because I didn't understand it. Anyway, so
does
yeah,
that include killing all Johns as well?
No, I haven't gone that far yet.
Oh, I was wondering why Ian is not appearing anymore.
Yeah. Christer, yes, I just mentioned NDBs, VORs, LNAV, VNAVs. There's 18 different approach modes that are literally replaced just by Ian. You know, it's a totally different ball game all of a sudden. And now with the new update, it's not finished yet, guys. By the way, this Ian story still continues. We're waiting on 2 pilots whose carriers actually have the Ian function to come back with more data. And then Zibo will finish it off completely and properly. Currently, it's working, but it's not as per the real aircraft yet. It's still in a simulated mode. So just hang tight. You'll see in a few updates it's going to be exactly like the real aircraft, because you know that's how Zibo works. You know, he starts working on something, building it, and then all of a sudden it's just perfect, you know. So you'll see what happens. You'll currently you've got the on-off switch. You can switch it on and off, but there's still work to be done behind the scenes to make it perfect.
So with the Ian approach, do you still use the VOLOC, or you go straight to the approach?
VOR lock is only for older generation aircraft. We don't really use VOR lock anymore. We just go straight approach. But it also depends on how you are cleared, remember. In this instance, to just answer you quickly, just go straight to approach. You're going to fly this like an ILS.
Right, okay.
So you don't need VOR lock. But again, you need to be careful now, because I don't know how you set up your EFB. Depending on the generation of aircraft that you are simulating, you might still need it. I don't know. It all depends on your settings, how you've set it up.
All right, I need to check that.
If I were you, just for now, just hit approach. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Then the next step would be to go to my OneDrive and copy my settings, because the old settings I need to update them, but those settings there still, you know, made Ian work normal, like we understood it at the time. Christer, I don't think it's supposed to. That might have been a bug. I don't think it's supposed to kill it. But I hear you. So we'll just use approach anyway. I don't use VOR lock anymore. I just use approach.
Yeah, LNAV should take you around the corner anyway. You shouldn't need the old system.
Yep, exactly.
$96 top of descent.
191, sir. 191.
250 for me. God blimey, this guy is in front of me right now.
I see. So that's Lloyd. That's the guy we're talking about. That's me. That's Paul. And that's Uncle John.
He's really put his foot down, hasn't he?
He is. He is indeed.
Christer says his popcorn is out.
I wouldn't advise him to go any quicker than what he is now. If he tangles with you, God help him.
We'll circle around and chase him off, John.
We shall, Paul. We shall.
Nobody messes with Zibo Pilots Group.
No, true.
Nico, I've got a fuel question. On whenever you do the flight planning, it gives you your fuel to your destination, then your alternate, and your reserves, and that's if you flew with just that fuel, you'd run out of fuel at the end of that time, correct?
Yes.
Because I'm trying to remember back at ATA, I thought we had a minimum fuel that we always had to have, which I think it was 3,000 pounds, above and beyond your destination and reserve fuel.
Yeah, what happens currently is I've got a 15-minute contingency fuel above and beyond anything else. 15 minutes, okay? That is a given for me on any flight. Then what I do is there are two standards. You've got the FAA standard and the ICAO standard. The one is 30-minute reserve and the other one is 45-minute reserve. And please don't ask me which one is which. I can't remember. Doesn't matter. So basically what happens is those are the legal minimums that you must land with. And then what I do is I also add, I think, 5% to that. So in SimBrief, on the right hand side, when you create your flight plan, on the right hand side there's a template where I've got all my settings set up to actually make sure that number one, I either